5% of population. So if you take 5% of this audience, basically we are. So thank you for participating, and hope that other participants who haven't been in the cleanups or haven't participated, you will also. 17th of September 2022 is the World Cleanup Day, the next one. We have organized World Cleanups Days 4 times, and this year will be the 5th time. The biggest cleanup has been in 2019, where we engaged 21 million people to one-day cleanup. And we also organized the cleanups during the COVID time, which was really challenging, as you know, during the COVID time, there was not allowed to bring people together. But we asked people to come out individually and pick up waste and to raise awareness about environmental problems. And people did come out. So last year we already did a record. So we had 191 countries who participated in World Cleanup Day. So not so many countries to go anymore. And 8.5 million people. This lower number was because of Asian countries who has been in lockdown. So, but why I'm talking about World Cleanup Day? So World Cleanup Day is not just a cleanup. So we are not so naive that we are believing that it's possible to clean up the world from garbage just because of cleanup. It's not possible, actually. So I told in the morning to my colleagues that if you just make just simple math, let's take these 21 million people who participated in World Cleanup Day. So every and each of them, they have to pick up at least 50 tons of waste in order to pick up all the waste which most probably end up in the nature this year. And I'm not talking about the waste which is already there. So you understand this is the amount of waste which is already in the nature is enormous. So the World Cleanup Day is not the solution, it's not the waste management system or a waste management tool. No, of course we have to continue with the cleanups. But the World Cleanup Day is more about bringing people together and the catalyst change in society. And if we are talking about environmental problems, sometimes it's really hard to tackle the environmental problems. If we're taking the COVID-19, so it was really the crisis which came basically overnight to our homes. So we were forced to stay at home, to start remote working, to wear masks, to get vaccines and so on and so on. So we had basically no choice. And also the Ukraine war, so also it just came overnight. People are now supporting the refugees and the people who are just suffering because of this conflict. But if we're talking about environmental problems, the biggest challenge about the environment is that it comes really in a slowly way. Maybe you have heard how to cook the frogs. You know, you can cook them to put them to the cold water and start slowly to heat them up. So frogs don't understand that the water is suddenly so hot that they will be boiled. But if you are putting the frog into boiled water, then they are jumping out because it's boiled, and they will be survived. And we are also, if we are thinking about environmental problems, we are also the same frogs, and we are being cooked slowly, and I don't know in which moment we are already red and well cooked. So just think about it. We are kind of like focused on acute problems and acute conflicts, acute crises. But at the same time, we have a really big battle to fight. This is an environmental battle. And this is something where we are all together. And we are also talking about the survival of humankind. We are not just talking about that we should do or about the values. We are talking about survival of humankind. If we're just talking about the biodiversity, you know, some people are saying that, so what, that the 100,000 species are distinct every year from the world. And there are species which maybe I don't even know the name of this species. What does it mean? But we are also depending on biodiversity. If there is no life, there is no us. And as simple as that. So the environmental problems are quite nasty problems because we don't see, we don't know. And if you hear that the problems are so complex and so complicated that, you know, we are really easily want to say that, you know, it's something which I can't deal because it's something so big. Someone else should tackle them. Someone else, maybe government, maybe a big corporation, they should do something because what I can do as a just simple person. And this is another problem because this is the ignorance, and the ignorance will kill the world in the end. That someone else will save the world, but not me. Very often we also talking about the environment during the conferences, but then, let's be honest, we're going home, we grab the hamburger with packages, Coca-Cola, we are driving home with car, or flying back with the plane, and eating meat, which is also consuming a lot of energy and producing a lot of greenhouse emissions, and so on, so on. So then, you know, are we greenwashing by ourselves? So now I would like to open the panel discussion about halting and reversing global warming by investing in green evolution, energy security, and that circular economy. And I would like to give the perspective from civil society. Let's think about what we as human beings can do in terms of this big and complex problem. So what are our action which has the impact? And I'm really glad to ask here as the next panelist, first Laura Maria Rajala, please come on the stage. Then please take a seat. You was, by the way, the first one. You could choose also the most comfortable place. Yes. But you're so humble. The next one, Oksana Skaldina. And the voices from youth, Nikita Srekalov. Sorry. And Daina Arfanova. Thank you. And first I would like to give the floor to Maria. Just give your thoughts and ideas about how we tackle these global problems of climate change.
Thank you. And thank you everybody that we are now together and we really discuss this important theme. Of course, we can't change world, we all understand, but step by steps we go further. And our organization, which works mostly from migrants and refugees, also we talk about ecologist problems. Because our idea like that people, they need to get some tools. That it's not enough just explain to them that you should to do this or that. Our idea like make some workshops and get examples by ourselves. And also we start with youngsters because it's much more easy explained for youth how to be in our vision. And last, what we did, it's our small steps. We are going and cleaning our cities. It's a little bit, you get to us great example, but our idea like that now when winter time gone and after COVID, unfortunately, we saw that so many masks people live on the street, unfortunately. And our idea like that they're thinking how to explain to people that it's not good, it's not health to do that. And we ask our friends, our colleagues, schools, that we are together going outside and we clean up together. And explain that, okay, if we start to do first step, maybe other people look how we're doing and then also start to doing same things. And at first we saw that some older people ask, oh, okay, what you doing? Why you did that? We have a special people. And we say, but we live there. It's our place. We want to live in clean places and we also want to do something for us. Then same idea we start doing also with our people who coming from Ukraine. Because unfortunately for place where they live, some people need to also to explain in which place we need to put for garbage. And then our volunteers just come in and did this job. And I think that the best way get example for people. Because all people are smart, really. It's not needed thinking like that only we need to know way. No, people also understand. Maybe they don't know, they don't have any tools how to do that. But when they saw how it's happened, they also started doing that. And our idea, it's like mostly practical way. Of course, it's very important that we read books, it's good. But for my opinion, if we have some like practicals, it's more help for people, little bit change our world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the cleanups are sometimes really powerful tool. I remember I spoke with one minister of Estonia, and he said to me that, Anneli, you know, I was participating 2008 in the nationwide cleanup. And do you know what I'm doing every year at the same time? I'm going back to that place, which I don't own. This is just the place in the middle of forest, and I check if it's still clean or not. And if it's not clean, I will clean it up again. So I'm kind of like own this place, and I'm like responsible for that place. And he also said that this small act of cleanup makes the country as my own. So I feel that moment that I'm a full citizen of my country and I serve my country. Beautiful words. Don't you think so? Yeah. So thank you very much, Maria. Next one, please, Oksana.
Hello, everybody. My name is Oksana Skaldina. I'm an environmental scientist. At the moment, I'm working as a postdoctoral researcher at the universities of Eastern Finland and also the University of Turku. I'm doing urban ecology studies, and also at the same time, I'm very interested in environmental education. For several years, I've been running personal environmental education project. I invented family ecological club for children and for their parents. So that was a very nice experience for me as a scientist and as a teacher, because for many years I was thinking how to transfer knowledge, how to transfer data to real people, to end users, who we are, and how to increase the motivation. Because what we are speaking about, we're speaking about the actions, we're speaking about what can we do, but everything ends up with end users, with children, with families, with their daily habits, with what what they're interested in. Is it interesting? Is the world around us is interesting to us? Do we know the names of grasses? Do we know the name of trees? And unfortunately, this decides everything, because if you love the place where you live, if you know it, if you know the names, if the birds, it's not like a bird, if you know the name, if you know something, if it's interesting to you, then you care, then you take it like a personal, then it can really help to make the action, to make the change. Because unfortunately what we see now, that we live in this world, we live in this environment, but we don't know about that. If you will take an ordinary children, or even ordinary person from the street and ask, okay, you are going there, what is the name of this grass? What is the name of this tree? Can you tell at least one word about this? What is that? If it's not an exception, I unfortunately must say you that we don't know the world around us. And this is the biggest problem, in my opinion. That's why I'm so motivated and so interested to increase the necessity for environmental education. And I'm trying to do what I can as a scientist, as a non-fiction writer, and as a teacher. And that experience gave very nice results, because I had altogether around 60 children from 60 families, and we established these educational lessons weekly for 2 years, and we had many excursions, and keep that not as a school lessons, but as a personal family-based lessons. And the main idea was to increase the knowledge. And if we have this kind of people who love the nature, who have this flame in their hearts, they can transfer this knowledge to to their school neighbors, and transfer these habits during a daily basis. Because this is really important, this kind of, what can you do? You can clean, you can name, you can interact. If you know this, and if this is established, then it can be real change, and this can be the real action. And what I think that it should be, this kind of actions, they should be increased, and maybe the new motivational projects for teachers, for school teachers, for university teachers, to learn them how to make this ecological knowledge more self-based and more directly connected, more interesting to people and to children. I think that I see the great potential in this, that this can help a lot. So thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Oksana. So yeah, doesn't matter what kind of problems we are talking about, we are still ending up in education. Education, education, education. Everything starts from education. So, and now I'm really glad to go to our representatives of youth, and I have a chance to ask. So, what is the environmental education at schools? So, do you get enough knowledge from schools? And the most important, is it interesting, as Oksana said, that it shouldn't be just the lessons, but it also has to be interesting that we feel and we know the names of the plants. Then we also know what we are talking about. We start to care. Yeah, please. Taina.
So it's really interesting, because I didn't know that you will ask this question, but I was going to talk about this topic since I ended school in 2016, and till that point I didn't know anything about really truth of global warming and climate change and stuff like this, because in my school, in my town in Tallinn, we didn't talk about it. We didn't talk about it enough, and we didn't actually consider that that's our problem. We always tried to postpone that on our adults. It's your problem. We didn't know about it. We don't learn about it. So you have to deal with it, and we will grow up and think about it later. So I think in Estonia right now is developing the education on climate and education on climate change and stuff like this. It's better now, I believe so. Nikita will tell you more about it because he's younger. So I believe it's better now, but in my time we didn't know about it. And that's why when I was grown up, I started to do work with different NGOs that are making educational program for youngsters in teenage or younger to educate them on these topics. So I believe that NGOs are a great way to bring that in our school system, but the problem I see right now is that the schools are not interacting with NGOs directly. They're a totally separated system, and if we want to educate our children, we need to bring NGOs to school, give them a little bit of opportunity to be present there. That's what I think about it, and maybe Nikita can add something.
Yeah, Nikita, please.
Ну, а я буду говорить по-русски, потому что английского я не знаю. Ну что ж, в системе школьного образования, да, есть такая проблема, то, что не всегда объясняют, а если объясняют, то, ну, где-то вот как-то так.
So he says that he also sees this problem in school system that we don't have enough explanation and enough education on the topics, and if we have it, then it's not interesting, it's not interacting, and it's usually bad quality.
Учителя в основном объясняют это как урок. Урок проходит, тебе объяснили, тебе, может, понравилось, если ты хочешь там быть биологом или свою будущую жизнь связать чем-то вот с таким. А если нет, то ты послушал, запомнил, чтобы написать это на контрольный, и все. И это большая проблема в том, что урок сам не заинтересовывает людей.
So again, it's just a school lesson that you take, your teacher is talking to you, and after 45 minutes on just a lesson, you forget about it. If you don't need to write test, then if you write a test, you forget it about that a little bit later, but still it's not present in you.
Если бы система школьного образования заинтересовывала ученика не сдать экзамен или сдать контрольную работу, а именно запомнить, чтобы знать, как это в будущей жизни использовать, даже если ты там не будешь биологом, но как-нибудь преподнести это так, чтобы ученику было интересно, чтобы он запоминал это не потому, что нужно сдать, а потому что хочется, тогда больше людей знало бы и об экологии, и о большей части предмета в целом.
So, if we talk about the educational system, it's more about doing the test and being great at that than more to know what we are talking about and more know the topic. And Nikita says that it would be better to have other educational system that is not only for testing your knowledge and abilities, but more to integrate that in your everyday life and to know how actually use something that you gain from the school. And yeah.
Я думаю, это все.
That's it.
So thank you very much. By the way, you can also ask questions, so just wave me, and we can give you a microphone already. You want to have a question? Okay.
Thank you. I want to ask for everyone, basically, because I also heard it myself, that because of a lot of mainly negative news about the global warming and the role of youth in this, and what kind of an active role youth should play, the youth reach a level that they feel like, yeah, but like it's so heavy to be put on our shoulders. So like, what kind of solutions or advices will you all give on this aspect? And also, because whatever happening, there's still also the other side of the coin that's more positive side. So like we also see that there are more greener project, more cleaning projects. So like there are a lot of positive things. So why aren't we sharing also these kind of news or these kind of updates also by the youth for the youth, basically? So that's.
Thank you very much for the question. So Oksana is ready to answer.
I can start answering your question. So indeed, maybe I will start from the second part. Indeed, there are many good new news about climate change. As we see, there are so many new companies which already introduced this circular economy rules in action and reducing level of CO2 emissions. And on many, as an end user, we can see that, for example, on the coffee packages, there are some signs that reduce CO2, reduce CO2 footprint. So this is really, I mean, that what have been done for years, it's already now we can see the results and good results. And this is really good, and this is worth mentioning. This is maybe the good point that we also need to concentrate on achievements and on good results. And also what I can say to you about climate change as a scientist, that it's not speculative. Sometimes this climate change topic, it sounds too distant and like fashion topic, climate change, and that's it. And we really don't see, okay, so what it will be, we will die all, or what will go on, or our world will melt soon. But it's not true. So there is this global warming, and we can see it, but it's not that much acute. So the world won't change in next 20 years dramatically. We won't have a catastrophe soon, but we still have to act, and we still have to follow this policy of reducing CO2, which is going on, but we still should act. We still should act on these green energy projects. We still should try to cut this fossil fuels use, because every step at the level of the country, at the level of organization and private firms, and at the level of individuals, when we are switching to bicycle, when we are switching to cycle, when we are switching to cars with low emissions, when we are using, for example, when we are planning our trips for holidays, when we are using direct flights instead of several connection flights, those everyday actions and choices, they are very much important. And when we are, for example, going to shops and trying not to use these plastic bags, all these small issues, they are very much important. And I think, again, the issue is in this education and taking things personal and understanding that they are interconnected, and using this kind of small steps and understanding the responsibility. Then it can be done. And also the good thing that we are on the good way. We are not now as a humanity on the bad way, but it's also very huge heterogeneity between different countries. For example, the situation in Finland and Sweden is much better than is in post-Soviet countries. And of course, such awful situations as the Ukrainian war, what we have now, this situation, they create really hot spots for this pollution and like everything bad. So we still need to keep efforts on sustainable development and sustainable choices from the level of private individual to the level of countries.
Actually, yes, I also agree with you about that we mostly talk about something bad news and less about good news. And maybe really it's a little bit our system that how say Daina, that NGO need to be more working with schools. But I think problem is that NGO is ready to working, ready to get explanation, workshops for schools. But our school system have some own program, what not including this conversation, unfortunately. And maybe really we need to talk about like have a little bit different system also in school, have a like a really big challenge, because how say our young colleagues, it needs to be interesting. They really need to in school not listen only that we have a problem, we are die, we don't have enough food, everything it's awful. They really maybe that they need to listen about a good way, what we can do. And also youngsters, they have another imagination than we. Maybe their idea coming through. And we need to more listen that. That really... very happy to say to you that in Tallinn, when we have in this week festival, and mostly of you come, and Oksana represents on workshop about ecology. It's about music and ecology, because she have same project with kids, but she also did it for adults and youngsters. That it's only one little bit step thinking about some culture and go looking for another vision about ecology, and also talking about good way, not only in bad way. But you're correct, really, we all need to thinking about not negative, but mostly positive.
Мне нужен перевод. Спасибо. Ну, как я уже сказал, все зависит от интереса. Большая часть новостей выходит в интересах тех людей, которые постят сами новости. Им интереснее привлечь людей. Поэтому они постят о том, что все плохо, чтобы людям было интересно читать.
So, if we talk about why people who make the news choose the bad news, it's mostly because of their urge to find attention. So the bad news usually got more attention than the good news.
И мне кажется, что это правильно, потому что если подогревать интерес таким образом, больше людей узнает о том, что у нас есть проблемы. Я не считаю, что из-за плохой новости люди будут считать, что все плохо. Они, наоборот, будут пытаться что-то исправить. Да, они заметят эту новость, они начнут ее распространять. Больше людей об этом узнает, может быть, и в негативном, конечно, аспекте, да. Но они это заметят и будут, как минимум, что-то делать, хотя бы распространять информацию. А чем больше людей узнает, тем больше людей что-то начнет делать.
So Nikita thinks actually that this system is right. You need to gain attention from the publics to further discuss this theme and this topic, and that in that way many people, more than with the good news, can find this problem and can think about the solution. And if they see the bad news often, they will start to think about it, and maybe they will start also think about what can they do to resolve it in some way. Maybe it's from the bad influence, from the bad news, but it's still worth it.
Да, потому что если посмотреть, для людей, которые как-то не связаны с экологией, они чаще видят плохие новости, я таких знаю. Но если посмотреть на людей, которые вот в каком-то кругу, которые заботятся об экологии, они видят как плохие новости, так и хорошие. И когда человек начинает как-то разбираться в экологии, начинает что-то делать, встречаться с людьми, которые могут что-то помочь ему разобраться, вступить в какой-то клуб, я не знаю, как это сказать, он тоже понимает, что не все так плохо. Но он вошел в этот клуб только из-за того, что считал, что все плохо. То есть все эти плохие новости привлекают людей что-то делать.
So, if Nikita has mentioned that he has people that are not so much into ecology and don't know about this topic, and those persons are most likely to find bad news. In the same time, the persons who are more engaged in this, they are finding bad news and good news. So they are more informed. And he thinks that the bad news are bringing people to some communities. When they search for information, the bad news bring them to communities that can help to solve the problem, that can help to somehow interact with it and get more knowledge.
Это все. Спасибо.
Yeah, that's it.
So thank you very much. Yeah, so if you are sitting at home and just thinking about bad things, of course, depression is coming. That's for sure. But if you start to act, then positive feelings will follow. So next question, please.
I was just thinking about, could we maybe do something to actually, before the kids are going to school, have like an organization or whatever, that focus on kindergartens actually, where it not has to be to teach them about, this is bad or this is bad, this is bad, but making the world better, a fun thing to do actually, by making activities or giving them like pointers for actually doing a good job, so they're already in the kindergarten or aware of the situation and can bring it through the whole life, instead of teaching people that already has, interest in other things like iPhones, whatever, to then change, if you understand my question. Yeah.
Actually, I can say like that in Finland, and also I think in Estonia, you have this program in kindergarten, when also for youngsters, for kids, explain about ecology and on and on. But I think problem is that when they was in kindergarten, they like have a passion, yes, they want to do something. But when they go back to home, and we are parents, we did nothing, they get example from us. And all these things what happen in kindergarten, all this education, it's not really coming for their head. They have forgot that, because they have a question, why I have to do like that if my granny didn't do that? Then maybe like it's really many like steps and many levels about what we need to think in and need to do also. Thank you.
Yes, I think that the early education is the most important. When it's even not an education, when it's a lifestyle. So when I think what we've been saying about it's again is there is a person, there is a nature, there are two, that it's unnatural way. So if we have this feeling of connection, and this exactly can be done from very early ages, as early as possible and as like fluently and easily as possible, then it's not taking like, okay, I need to learn ecology, I need to pass ecology exam. When it goes through natural interest, then it's really the things. And also I can add one comment to Maria's point. Yes, that's true. That's one side of the coin, that sometimes when children can learn something in school or daycare and the kindergarten, then they have the different example in the family. This can be one way when the family affects a kid, but there is also the other way of knowledge transfer, and there are scientific publications on the topic, and research have been done that there is also the way when children can affect the lifestyle of the family and of the parents, and the children can teach the parents and can bring this knowledge. So now it's also some kind of fighting what is stronger. Which motivation is stronger? Is the motivation of a child when he or she goes to home and say, hey, don't do that because it's not good? And there are also these examples. So it's just overall effort to make it more interesting and attractive and not the subject. I mean, ecology is different. It's not math. It's not, we need all those subjects, but ecology is our home, the world ecology. It doesn't mean the ecological problems. From Latin, it's the science of the home, because ecos is home. So this is our home, and we need to care, like we are cleaning our flats. So we should also take care on the nature, on our bigger flat, and this should be very natural and easy.
Okay, just taking the point, I want to raise three issues here, but starting from what you said, I would like to underline the fear of extremism. I mean, we have seen the eco-fascist movements like that, and even in Germany we had cases where some of the kids actually, even I think it was a son calling the grandparents pigs because of the environment that they've inherited to them. This is one of the fears. What I mean is that by trying to do good, it's like we say in Greek, I'm trying to improve my eyebrows and not taking my eye out. So this is a need for balance, which means probably what your education system, what your education means, process should include the parents as well as the kids, and actually making them know that the environment within their parents were grow up in was a completely different one with an absence of knowledge. This is one point I want to raise. The other thing is that what we are discussing and raising awareness, I believe, and this is my, not question mark, but definitely my reservation, it applies probably to a well-developed nations in a certain way. When it comes to other parts of the world, and the side effects of environmental policies might be the loss of jobs. So therefore, we have to take that to include that into our agenda in order not to create new enemies, which their own have a right. That's why the debate or the discussion is essential. And the final thing, and I just wanted, this is your input, is whether cultural heritage and religious heritage is something that can assist into developing, even though in some respects our cultural heritage might be some negative points, but definitely just as a point of reference, it might be useful and easier to absorb, especially in rural areas where things are a little bit more different than the urban spaces. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the question. Who wants to comment or answer? Oksana, please.
Yes, you actually touched also a very keen topic to me, the interrelation between nature and culture. This is true that in cultural traditions, in every nature, there are so huge potential for restoration of nature, for saving of nature, and this is really preserved in some like daily traditions, for example, in some festivals. And if we study the culture of different countries, there are those safety traditions which can save the nature. Of course, there are some of those that they can have the negative impacts. For example, like when you need to kill some animal to make this religious attribute or something. There are these traditions in India and Africa and many countries actually. But I think we now live in a changing world, and we need to have this as a point of developed countries. We need to create new frameworks how to help the other countries, and how on the basis of local traditions and religious traditions, how to make this kind of new strategy on the one hand. And on the other hand, of course, indeed, unfortunately, in many developing countries, there are so huge ecological problems like these dogs on the street or cats on the street, or those like domesticated animals which are going wild, and this poverty. And this is really the other story, but that's why we are here to think together how to build these connections between all of those issues and how to find the right solutions.
Daina, do you also want to comment that?
I think that the culture is a good way to bring new habits to people, but also on my experience, for example, the church community can influence new habits. For example, if you go to the church and you have Sunday service, then there is a place also for youngsters, for teenagers and for adults to communicate and also to bring new decisions. For example, recycle. When they have service, they have also usually food and stuff like this. So you can bring it to churches, for example, and educate people there, and also bring this habit to the houses, because the community influence is really, really strong on the people. And if someone starts that, you can just follow the flow, let's say. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question, actually. As you know that the global warming is a very global issue in the world. And I have a question that is, what are we doing in our daily life? Like, by example, using less plastic, doing recycling, drive an electric car instead of car with fuel. Enough to reduce the global warming issue? And if not, what do we need more? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maria.
Of course, it's not enough. It's maybe be enough if each person of the world do that. But we are realistic and we know that it doesn't happen. Maybe in future, we all like positive person, how we're now talking. Of course, it's not enough, but it's one step, how we're talking that we can change world for 1 minute. We're doing step by step. And same idea on the organization for cleaning. They also, I think you understand that you can't clean off the world for 1 day. It's also small steps. But if we didn't do that, then we don't have anymore our world. And I agree with Oksana, who said that we really need to change our thinking about world. Stop thinking that it's me, it's my family, my home, it's some forest or something like that. It's our planet. And maybe if we a little bit start to thinking about that it is because we really more care about our stuff than another person's stuff. And we more respect on things than another. And it's also our way to helping for our planet, yes, to less plastic and on and on. I think like that.
I can add some ideas. So if we think about climate change, so what are the components? Because there is this modified atmosphere, which is caused by emissions like CO2 emissions and other gases. There is this warming effects. There are also this whole geospheric process in the geosphere, but they are interconnected, and the contribution of our human population, it's significant. It's not everything, because there are also the other processes, but it's significant contribution. And of course, if we think about the human contribution, there are this huge contribution of industry, huge contribution of traffic, and some contribution of domestic households, the emissions, but everything, all of these processes, they are guided by people. And if a person, of course, okay, there is a person who is just normal person, citizens, okay, he or she can like do less plastic and clean, that's good. But if the same person goes through career stage, and if now the person is the leader, if he is the head of the plant, if he is the head of, if the person is like big boss, but still, if this person has the same habits, then he will introduce these habits at the level of the whole enterprise, and then it will be bigger impact. And from those, we don't know if it will be established as a personal part, as an education, as a, as a personal habits, then there is a huge potential that the impact will be increased. And if we will develop this kind of ecological thinking, and if it will be more common, what is going right now, we see that the enterprises, they're reducing their CO2 footprints and everything. So it's very good step towards to try at the level of just simple person to decrease personal waste and personal footprint, because it can soonly turn to bigger stage, I think.
I think it's more a yes and no question. Back home in Denmark, we have a commercials where it's a whole family singing together, and a little girl throws a bag of batteries in the garbage and then leave. And her father comes, take the batteries up, and then her grandmother comes, say, "Why are you fucking with her groundwater?" So she starts speaking louder and louder. So what she does is just embarrassing him in front of his daughter, in front of the family. So he wouldn't do it again, because I think a lot of time we act for, if we get anxious or something, we want to get out of. If someone points at us, say, "You're doing that wrong," in front of everybody else, we get embarrassed and we won't do it anymore. But we only have one commercial, so if we have a bigger variety of commercials where they do it in a comedian sense. It's comedians who make these commercials, but you have a bigger variety of different places where now it's battery they throw in the trash, but it might as well be a Coke can you throw in the street, where you go with the kids and embarrassing the dad, so he won't do it again in front of the kids. So they kind of learn that's what you don't have to do. That may be a thing we could do. And I don't know if you have that kind of commercials in anywhere else than Denmark, but it made me think the first time I saw it, there's something about it. But if you have a bigger variety on more channels, then a lot more people will see them and think a bit more about them. I don't know if it's more a good question or if it's a question, but can we do that? More commercials, so people will be more aware of it. I think
Indeed, this is very good comment. I think that indeed, if it will be more, then it will be easier. And again, I think it should be like really, something very natural to us, not like, okay, we are speaking about climate change, but this is something which really touches everyone, but maybe can be more simple and more personal. This is maybe my key message.
Yeah, our communication world is so diverse, and sometimes it's really hard to find the universal message which will touch everyone's heart. So sometimes we just need to try different channels, different messages, different formats of the communication to reach someone. You were touched by this commercial, but I believe that there are some people who were said, "So what?" And that's why we have to, really diverse the communication about climate change as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. Of course, you all pointed out, this is a global issue. And the situation differs from one region to the other. For most of developing countries, if not all of them, the issue is economic. So there should be some way of thinking. If we're dealing with this global issue, climate change affects us all. But no matter how important, how deep, how wide, or how committed the work you can do here, if it is not followed by similar work in another region, then you still have the problem, because emissions are not going to stay in the airspace of the country that has launched them. And second, also, and this is it's a comment. When you look at, for instance, the carbon market in Europe, there is also another one in the United States and another one in China, but each one is close to its region. It is not open to factories or to enterprises or to companies beyond their geographical region, which limits the possibilities of companies outside of these regions to enter into the carbon market and therefore have returns that will allow them to invest in a clean factories. So that's a comment. The question is, given all this, what would you say to a youth from developing countries who would say, look, we need fossil fuel to fuel our development. We still need to have access to that because that's the only energy we can afford. We know that technology now can replace all those maybe polluting energy sources, but we don't have the means to acquire them. So we need that, and we need to continue using that. And you know that continuing with that kind of fossil energy is affecting you. So that's to me is really a big issue, and it's central because we're dealing with a global problem. Thank you.
You want to add something?
It's not a point really, it's a question. Is that, this was one of the arguments in a discussion they had in Greece, and so the question of the scientists said whether there is a need to invest in neutralizing the effect of the fossil fuels that they are using, especially because of some of the countries cannot afford to move on to the next age, to the renewable energy. So this is a question that, whether there is the technology, there is the know-how to neutralize the effect of fossil fuels, which doesn't mean that we should not move into the renewable energy resources, but at least as in the medium term, as a bridge between the two eras.
Yeah, this was the most complicated questions. So dependence of fossil fuels. So who would like to open the discussion about that?
Yeah, probably I can continue about this fossil fuels. This is really the using of fossil fuels in developing countries. It's indeed one of the biggest problem because it's economy, because this is money and so on. So I think from the point of developed country, from the point of EU and the meetings like here, it's very important to raise the importance of finding the ways, finding the solutions, how it can be mitigated and what can be done, what kind of transitions. It can't be done in one step. There should be some kind of framework, well-planned transitions, maybe some, I can't say long term because maybe we don't have this long time, but at least some several years transitions and plans for these transitions for developing countries. I think from these developed countries it should be a huge help for this, like training people again, helping with programs, establishing frameworks, establishing economical step, for example 5 steps to switch, to help the countries to switch to that, because there are the possibilities for these transitions. And going back to the first part of your comment, it's also, there are very nice examples in developing countries how to, of these very good and smart environmental initiatives. For example, in Kenya, there is very nice company, this is private company, they actually, at the same time, they are managing pollution and they are doing business. So they are collecting they are collecting plastic shoes from the ocean, and they are building toys from those shoes, because there are so many tourists who are losing their shoes, and they have enough material. So they, the name of this company, I think it's OSHA or something, but it's in Kenya. I have the links and so on. So, and there are also good examples here in Estonia, when people are collecting nets from the sea and building the business, building these bracelets from this. And if this kind of initiatives will be assisted and will be helped and will be rising, that it's also one good and smart way to cope with environmental problems. But what about these fossil fuels? I see that it should be taken very seriously in developed countries, and the good programs should be established to help these developing countries to make the transition. It can't be done in one day, of course, but there are other ways. And for example, like using those maize fuel, and also this biogas. And I know that in Finland there are huge programs, scientific programs on developing new types of fuels from biosources, but this should be really put it into action.
I agree with you, really, it's big issues, and I really don't think that we now find a way how to do that. Yes, and we need to really think in that how we can maybe go further and really maybe more thinking about which resources we can use for our homes. But it's also all about economics, because really, like in Finland, I think we go in correct way, but still we have old apartment home where it's like people who live there, they don't have enough money to change, for example, system for electricity, for good quality or something like that. It's always come to money questions. And I think it's like maybe next conference about that. Thank you.
Taina, you would like to also comment, or? Not yet. Okay, there is one more question.
Thank you. I was thinking about something, because, you know, the problem has most of the time always been that, you know, there's not money enough to actually think about this problem. But could it maybe be like, you know, I know everybody hates paying taxes, you know, but if you, and everybody does, you know, but if you raise the taxes a little bit, so there would be money to pay people that do volunteer work, because, you know, I know that's a problem with me and some of my friends. We would love to, you know, do a lot of volunteer work, going to beaches, picking up trash, whatever it might be. But everybody has a life of their own, so they have to pay bills, they have to do whatever. So if we paid more, or maybe just changed some of the things we're paying taxes for, you know, maybe that could actually be a solution, so people would be like, okay, we need to do something, otherwise the state will just raise the taxes once again. So people will actually be more aware, because there are consequences for themselves now. Because, you know, a lot of people sitting at home, they realize, yeah, this is a problem, but they're like, I don't give a, they don't care, because, you know, they have a fine life at home. They have 3 TVs. They don't even care. They can watch Animal Planet. But, you know, if they actually, just had to do something about it with paying more taxes, so we had more money, you know, because we pay a whole lot of money in taxes that goes to all around, you know, to things we actually don't use. But this is a serious problem. And if we just keep going, like, you know, giving people a choice, you can do this and help the earth, or you can leave it, you know, people would most people would just be, no. Because, you know, there is solutions now where you can donate, you know, like €1, and there will be planted a tree or something. But it's, you know, it's volunteering. So if you had to do it, maybe it would start something. I don't know if you, understand.
I think for me, what I see more and more that like this kind of a fair trade or like slavery-free chocolate or like these kind of labels that becoming more and more. So if we promote more, not really marketing, I think it's really like real efficient things happening on the ground. Yeah, like market. Yeah, exactly. So like they're really promoting this kind of behaviors. But also, for example, like in the Netherlands, they started to add like any kind of bottle that you buy, like any kind of plastic bottle that you buy. If you return it, like recycle it, you can get like 15 cents back. So it was for a certain kind of bottles, but now they made it more widely. And they said, actually, per statistics, that more and more people will bring it back because they feel like, oh, it's worth money, I'll bring it back. So this is, I think, maybe better, I would say better things than taxing it or like paying for volunteers, because volunteer is volunteering. It should not be volunteering paid, because that means it's become a job. So volunteering should be like something that you do it from passion and something that you care about, and for free, basically. You paying your time. This is the most valuable thing. But I think if like more of these kind of another way of maybe like put extra taxes on plastic or extra prices on these kind of stuff, this is, I think, maybe could be an idea.
Yeah, because also in Denmark we have had, you know, that system where all the bottles are worth money, you know, and a lot of homeless people are picking up, you know, so they can make money. But you know, when you have done that for some time, people don't think it as a, you know, solution to remove plastic. They see it as money laying around. You know, so I think with time, people would just again start not minding. So I think there is a lot of things to it, you know.
So that was the long question and long comment. So who would like to comment that one?
No, actually, all what you say, it's also one way for carrying that problem. One little bit problem about taxes, unfortunately, it's not our power to change that. Yes, we can start to talk about our governments about that. Why not? And I agree, yes, volunteering is a volunteering. But also, maybe what we are talking today, and my vision that each of us need to do something, because sometimes we are talking that our government have to do, or how Diana say correct, we are waiting that our parents to do something. Now we are already parents, and why we still think that our parents to do something? Maybe that if we really put in our kids' head in the kindergarten, that it's their opportunity. They need to think in. Yes, parents help, but you need to have a choices. It's your challenges. Then maybe also with the taxes, we have a decision at volunteering and another. And then maybe our world going in other way. Maybe we more thinking about peace and thinking more about ecology, about education, and we are grow up like civilization without war, a civilization with good education, with smarters. And really, I believe for this future. Yes, maybe in this century, not in my life, but I want to do everything that my kids, they a little bit start live a little better world than live I. I really believe for that, and all what I did, it's for that.
Yes, it was good idea to raise the ways how we can act, like using taxes or using this kind of bottle return. And I think, of course, education is like high aim, but there are also the other steps like legislation, like economic action, and they are also very important because at the moment each society, even in developed countries, it's very heterogeneous. So there are different people. There are so many people who are like, okay, education, what you are talking about, like the things what we are talking on, it's like a bit high. But this action, like you are given something, you are given bottle, you are taking 20 cents, okay, that's fine, I have something. So this kind of feeling that a person can get a compensation, can get a reward, I'm also more for that, for this kind of initiatives. And there are very diverse ways, and I think as a city planners and like the city planners should also think about this. For example, I think very good environmental example is in Spain. Also, I have seen that when the city planners, they made some kind of nice collecting shapes on the streets, and people can get a chance to put the bottles coverage on these places, and they're like nicely, for example, heart in the center of Madrid, and there are a lot of nicely different colored bottle caps. And then the city has the contract with the plastic recycling company, and then they deliver the whole of these containers to recycling companies, and the company compensate the cities, and they have the money to use for any kind of initiatives. And then the company also gets the plastic source which it uses. So we really have so many places to act, but the right connections and the right solutions, they're really critical. And the good examples, there are like many good local examples. And if we can build, for example, as a result of this conference, also some kind of this examples collection, or maybe on the other conference, like really collecting the world experience on the topic. What kind of actions have been introduced in different countries, in developing countries also. I'm originally from Ukraine, which is also a developing country, and I know that many NGO, they made very good initiatives, like for people using citizens, and they were very good, for example, like collecting waste and so on. So these kind of initiatives will be very good to share and use.
So thank you very much. That was really, really okay, sorry. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Вот я хотел сказать немножко... Да, мне нужен перевод, как всегда. А чего вы ждете, когда закончится эта конференция? Что вы сами готовы сделать для этого?
Okay, the question of Nikita is, what do you expect from this conference? And what will you do after you leave this place?
Ведь одно из самых важных того, что будет после этой конференции, да, говорить не умею, это как именно вы сами поменяетесь. Не то, что мы сделаем, не то, что мы тут обговорим, а то, как вы поменяете себя, то, как вы поменяете своих детей, своих внуков, своих учеников, если вы учитель, если вы бизнесмен, то своих работников.
So he says that the most important thing that is happening right now is not what we are talking about and just discussing. It's the change that is happening right now in your head, and what will you bring to your home with you after this conference? With what changes could you make, and what will you bring to your family, to your children, to your grandchildren, to brothers and sisters?
Мы же можем тут говорить часами. А что-нибудь изменится, если никто ничего не поменяет? Нет, конечно. Я предлагаю сделать так. Каждый, когда вернется в свою страну, город, домой, к себе на работу, он сам что-то начнет делать. Своим детям. Вот, кстати, о детях хотел бы сказать. Многие знают то, что вот спроси у ребенка, кем он хочет стать? Он скажет: я хочу стать полицейским, я хочу стать пожарным, я хочу там в космос полететь. Почему они этого хотят? Они хотят этого, потому что это интересно, потому что родители им сказали то, что вот, а вот этот дяденька, он вот ловит преступников, а вот этот вот, он борется с пожарами. Но никто, ни один родитель никогда не говорит то, что а вот этот вот дяденька спасает наш город, спасает наш мир в том, что делает его чище. Попробуйте своим детям так объяснить. Может, что-то у них поменяется.
So, what Nikita thinks and asks you to do is to go back home, and if you have children, you could also have seen that if you ask your kid, what are you going to be in the future? And they say, I want to be a police officer, or I want to be a scientist, or I want to be something like this. They don't know what actually that means before. You say that this man is saving the children, or this man is doing some really nice work to know how cars work, for example. And try maybe to talk to your children and say, this is the man who is cleaning our city, who is helping us, who is creating a safe and ecological space.
Когда вернетесь, попробуйте изменить себя, что-то начать делать себя и заинтересовать своих самых близких людей. Да, и отправить нам фидбэк. Это немного, и это поможет всем. Через какое-то время, уже не сейчас, да, не сегодня, не завтра, через какое-то время именно вот эти наши дети, наши близкие смогут что-то поменять. Мы уже не сможем.
Sorry. The last sentence was funny, but the main topic is he asks you to change yourself and to bring this change to your closest person. And also he mentioned that maybe we are not seeing this change, but the change is in those little kids and your family. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nikita. That's sum up really well our conversation. But oh my gosh, we can't stop the conversation, seems so. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I want to talk about recycling, and I want to add something like suggestion. Many of our participants says that about like plastic, and for putting extra taxes to encourage people to do to not use a lot of and waste a lot of plastic, but usually people are lazy when they buy a bottle of cola, let's say, and by example, if they have a walk in the city and they drink this cola, let's say they don't have a machine, a cycling machine. So my suggestion is, what do you think if we have on the streets many of this machine where people can see it and immediately put this bottle inside it and they have the benefit of it? Because we usually, by example, in Lithuania, we have it only in supermarket, yes. And sometimes people feel lazy, just to collect, put it at home, or if they are on the street, oh my God, I don't want to carry it at home. So I just saw it in the garbage bin. So what do you think? Is putting many recycling machines on the street encourage people to do more recycling? And thank you.
So thank you very much for the question. As we run out of the time already, so I will not answer the question at the moment because we will follow, the working groups will follow it. So please keep the question and please discuss it in the working groups. And you also had a question, please also discuss this in the working groups. But for the end, I would like you to just really briefly to say what is your personal commitment for the next 30 days, the small action what you will do to help sustainability, to halt the climate change or to help the environment. What is the really small action what you will do in the next 30 days? And until you are thinking, the same question is to you. So if they will answer, so I will also ask you to write down your commitment, what you will do in the next 30 days. It can be also really, really small things that I just don't buy plastic bags, so I will found the NGO, or I will write the letter to governments, whatever it can be, or I just say to my friends that stop littering, whatever it be, just a really small action what you will do towards the environment. And let's start from here.
So first of all, organizing this event and the next event in Tallinn is one of the things that I will do for climate change already. But also, I believe on Thursday we are going to be a part of Temera, and we will clean up the lake near our house.
For the next 30 days, I won't buy coffee from the streets and won't buy plastic bags.
Ну, а кто переводить? А кто переводить будет? Ладно. Ну, я, как всегда, буду выкидывать мусор в мусорку. Как-то. У меня есть сестра, я ей буду говорить, как, ну, то же самое, что сегодня сказал, что вот есть люди помимо полицейских, есть люди, которые помогают нашему городу, миру.
He explained to her sister that also we have people who are save our planet to clean up way. No, actually, for me, it's also a conference, like with Dinah, but also for next week, we have a workshop in my son's class where we, with kids, go outside and just clean up our territory near the school.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Big applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. And now I challenge you, please take your papers and pen and write down what you will do in the next 30 days in order to save environment and to help sustainability. And write it down. You have 60 seconds to do it. So the first one is ready. I saw Stefanos already wrote. Very good. Very good. And now, you know, that the best guarantee that you will fulfill your commitment is to talk about the others, what you will do. So please share your commitment with your neighbors and discuss what you will do in next 5 minutes. And then if you have shared, you are free to go to have a coffee. And the final applause to our panelists. So please go back to the tables. So thank you very much from my side, and just share your thoughts. And if you're shared, then coffee is waiting you outside. Thank Thank you very much.
give the floor to Ambassador to provide us with the guidance what will happen next.
Thank you. Thank you, my dear friend. Okay, all right. So we're going now into the working groups. My understanding is that we need to form 3 groups. And the first one will be on critical thinking, social media, mind control, and warfare, how to think rationally. And I think this table here, okay? The second one is about green growth and waste management. And your table there, okay? So whoever wants to join that can go to Vasily's table. And the third one is European civil society, appeal to Russian civil society and government to end the war in the Ukraine. And we can have this table here, okay? So this table here will be on the third topic. So we have about an hour to discuss the issues. And then at the end, each group will designate one member to come up here and give us some sort of summary report, recommendations if there are any. So this is the program, and so please join the table according to the topic that you would like to discuss. Again, so we have this table here. It's about the civil society appeal. This one here is about critical thinking. And the one there is about green growth and waste management. Okay? All right, let's do it. think and work and prepare for our ideas, comments, and proposals on the 3 themes that have been identified. So, we would like to ask each group to designate one person to report back to us on the results of the deliberations. Maybe present to us some ideas, some proposals, some vectors of solutions, hopefully. Anyway, so let's start with the critical thinking, social media, mind control, and warfare, and how to think rational. Okay, I will take down 3 points from your team. So we go to the green growth and waste management. Are you ready? You can be the first? Okay, all right. So now we go to European civil society appeal to Russian civil society and government to end the war in the Ukraine. You need the microphone?
Okay, guys, this is the first draft. This is not even the final ideas. We start from thinking not critically, but positively, because critically could be tomorrow. We know that everyone knows that the world is collapsing in some way, so we are trying to find out how we could stay still together, even with the people who are abroad in Russia living. So we try to fit the ideas on the channels where we could still work together. For example, Adel, this could be channels for the communication between civil society of European Union and Russia could stay in agenda of the teams which we proposed from the perspective of SDGs. That could be climate change and environmental protection. Of course, this is all connected. The second one, it's civil society development in generally. And we also mentioned concrete SDGs. You know that SDGs what means, right? I don't have to explain. So SDG number 3. Who could tell me what is that? Hunger, exactly. So SDG number 14. Number 13, life beyond the water, beyond the water, right? So on the land and on the sea. And number 15, I think it was health and security, health issues, the same, is all connects. This is like a major things which we still have communication, whatever we do. If we could find out some many other ideas, for example, like Michael will find out some additional things which we could have in common, working with the civil society, directly with Russian civil society, who are interested to have connection channels, then we could add them more tomorrow. Also, there are 2 things was mentioned by our experts. It's to understand mindset of Russian civil society. So what they think themselves, where they are they with the Russian government, or they want to still have channels with working with the civil society in Europe, at least, for example, in Europe. And the second thing is how we come together after all that mess will finish, right? So how we could start to work together, or should we start to work together? That's the questions which we would like to raise tomorrow with you when we have a big discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, all right. So bear in mind that those proposals and conclusions probably will be further expanded tomorrow from the conversations that we will have. And of course, anyone can participate or can bring some proposals to be added to those we just heard. Okay. Is group 1 ready? Ready? Okay. So let's have the critical thinking, social media, mind control and warfare, how to think rational.
Well, what we discussed about is the first line that I did not finish. So it says the thin line between the hate speech and the freedom of speech, that it's so thin that for a lot of people it's still quite tricky to see where is the hate speech start and where is the freedom of speech. We discussed about the hate speech basically start when you start to mobilize violence against someone. We talked about looking for the root of the problem and the missing of the common sense of checking resources. That was also an issue that's been raised more and more. And then to ask about what is the purpose and who does it help? Like whatever news are we seeing, whatever facts are we looking and reading, always look with the eye, like who is benefiting out of this news basically, and in what purpose does it serve? The issue of some people that don't have difference between the real and the digital identity. That like for a lot of people, we talked about also the different generations, for example, that the younger generation having more difficulties by detaching themselves from the digital identity and their identity as individuals, while in a bit the people who lived before social media and before internet, they already had or they known themselves already, like by the way that you creating and knowing who you are. That's also a challenge that been mentioned. The time investment in to check reality is also not always available, because like we're always talking about okay, you always have to check resources and the real news and the source of this news, but sometimes you don't have the time to do so. So like you always like checking on social media and you don't have the time, you need the research, you will not check each article that you need with different, it will take a lot of time, that not all the time available. Also, like from the old belief that having information is having power, that's also for a lot of people will share or retweet or like spread information, because everyone has the urge that, oh, I have the power in my hand, I need to spread it. So I will be the first one who will announce, I will be the source of information for someone. So this is also, we talked about the need of being accepted, heard, and seen. This is also an issue, especially, I won't say especially for young people, because you also see it these days on online platforms. A lot of different generation and different age spectrum, people are doing sometimes, really, I would say, from my perspective at least, like crazy stuff. Because of the urge and the need to be seen and heard and accepted in the society. So this is also like the riding the trend as well. The culture, the culture on social media created subgroup on other and different platforms, because like now also like there is kind of unwritten rules what can you share on social media and what you cannot share on social media, and that created for many groups the feeling that like I'm not being welcomed here, and that led to create subgroup on different platforms. Could be Telegram, could be Viber, could be like any kind of cryptid platforms that we don't really know how this will end up. We discussed about that it might lead to violence by the end, because the people feel like at a certain time they don't even have a platform to speak, they don't even have a platform to talk about. So we hope not, but this is also something that we discussed. The new way of visual way of sharing information. We was also discussion about the old way of like reading an article and scanning an article, and these days like, oh, you can see this video basically, or the video is attached. So how this also challenging for the people who like to read the article and really read the information, and where the people get more the source of information from visualizing and more seeing the information. And also the fake news, of course, it's a weapon that already been used long time ago, and it's been used already till today. So this is also something I think we always need to be aware of, that it's not something been invented with the social media. It's already existed from the newspapers, from the flyers. All the wars been like used as a weapon. But the dangerous thing is that like this weapon these days are not in experts' hands anymore. So before it was like propaganda was countries that managing this weapon. These days basically everyone and anyone with just you need a phone and internet access, and then you can make whatever propaganda and whatever tool and fake news that you want to talk about. And of course, the algorithms that and the new technology is controlling our minds and the mindset and the way that we are thinking. So this is also an aspect of, the mind controlling. Did I miss something? Yeah, that was it for our group. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was very extensive, but very informative. So now we move on to the third working group on green growth and waste management. Please.
Hello everyone. So we were talking about climate changes, and we were discussing the problems and solutions of climate changes. And we sum up with problems. The first problem is lack of recycling. So many of us we are facing the problem of a lack of recycling. And we have many solutions to solve this problem. First solution is classes and experiment of NGOs. So many NGOs should come to the schools to teach children and youngsters about the effects of recycling and why is recycling important for our environment. So if we need to solve a problem, we need to start from the road. And I think that children they are the road, and if we teach them to do more recycling, they can do also impact on their families, or also at homes. Second solution is putting many recycling machine on the street. So many of us, I think, they have, they are, or like me personally, sometimes when I take a walk on the street, and I buy a bottle of water, I feel lazy just to bring it home, and after that to go to supermarket to recycle it. So it would be great if we have in our cities many recycling machines on the street, so people could by example drink water or cola or whatever, and they can recycle it right away and immediately. So I find, and this is a good solution for people, and this could encourage people to do more recycling, and also good for economic and environment. The third solution is common classes for children and their parents. So it could be great if we have in school a day or one day that the parents could come and attend with their children in the school and in the classes, and they can learn with them about recycling and why it's important to do recycling, and this actually could like change like people habits a little bit, but usually like change adult habits is very difficult. It's very difficult because they were growing in different time and they don't have this kind of like technologies and recycling. The fourth solution is make advertising about the recycling. I do believe that many like many old people or like old generation, they still watching a TV. So the TV is a way for us, or is a key for us to do like more advertising to show also all people that okay, our planet is changing and we need to do more recycling to save the environment and to live in this planet as longer as possible. And advertising and usually we can change like people habit if we beat the topic and the theme. So all people watch TV, and we can like put this kind of advertising about recycling and about the benefit of recycling. It could be useful and helpful. We have another problem, which is food waste. Actually, food waste is a very like popular and common problem in the world, because in many countries people waste a lot of food, and as our friend Oscar mentioned that in Latvia, people for every single person he wastes 11 kilogram per year, so which is a lot actually, and which is very bad for people and for environment. We have also like many solutions for food waste. The first one, reduce consumption. So if people like could change their life habit or routine and consuming, and do less consuming of food. So if everyone, by example, at home, they need to make, by example, a recipe, as also Dina mentioned that there are some company in Estonia who send a recipe for to the families, so they can make an exact amount of borscht. So they then in this case they will not waste food, which is really good. Another solution is increase the education of food waste. So also it could be very helpful and useful if we teach our children in schools about food waste and why it's bad, and it's very dangerous for our like environment to waste food. So this also could be great for them if they learn this stuff from childhood. And also there is a very good solution as well, recycling bio waste. So I don't know if many people know that we could make gas from a food waste. So instead like of buying or like of wasting food and not do recycling of food waste, we could use this benefit to make gas and which is good like for us to use less energy, and or we don't need to buy for gas, and also which is good for environment, not just like to throw the food like in some, for example in Europe I think it's in many countries they do recycling of food waste and bio, and they make a gas from food waste. But in another country, by example, Middle East or like maybe Latin America, they just like saw a lot of food, like if they do not do bio recycling, so which is very bad. So I think that's all, and I hope that you were enjoying the topic, and thank you very much.
Thank you all for those very practical and interesting ideas and comments. This concludes our first day, and I just wanted to remind you that we have the dinner at 7. More, good.
Good evening. Сейчас приду. Для разнообразия погружение в русский язык. У нас есть переводчик.
We have an interpreter, David.
У нас есть замечательный автор, профессионал
Larissa,
Елизавета,
Elizabeth,
Людмила и
Ludmila, and Irina.
Мы представляем план в оппозиции многим вашим решениям.
We introduce as an opposition for all your decisions.
Корову не пукать нельзя.
You cannot force the cow not to produce gas.
Заставить самолету не лететь нельзя.
You cannot force the airlines not to fly. You cannot.
Вулканы не взрываться нельзя.
The volcanoes, you cannot force them not to explode.
Де юре ваши идеи хороши, а де факто
your ideas are good, but as in de facto.
И что же делать с Идавирумом?
What shall we do with Idavíruma?
Момент.
Idavíruma. Idavíruma.
Солнце, это наше солнце.
That's our sun, the sunny.
Встает на востоке.
It rises up in east.
И город Нарва, город
Narva
сильной энергии.
Narva City is a city of big energy.
Легко закрыть электроэнергию, но каково жить?
It's very easy to close the energy, but how to live without that?
И если наш уезд богат сланцами, торфом, керамикой.
And if our region is rich with oil shale, with ceramics, with.
И смотрите, сколько идей, значит, кадры.
How many ideas we have.
Хорошие, интересные люди.
We need to have interesting people.
И мы хотим жить счастливо.
And we want to live happy.
Что и как сделать, чтобы потратить всего 300 миллионов евро?
And what and how we should do to spend these 300 millions?
Мало или много?
That's not enough, or
Смотря
is that
как
a lot?
считать.
Depends how are you watching that.
Все начинается с политики.
Everything starts from the politics.
И это искусство управления.
And that's the art of controlling.
Это воля,
That's
ответственность.
The responsibility.
Люди, которые двигают идеи.
People who are moving by ideas.
Но всегда ли политики слышат?
Is that always an issue that the politics they are listening the people?
Второй лучик солнца – это бизнес.
The second sunshine is a business.
Что он дает?
What does it provide to us?
Рабочие места, экономику,
labor, the economy,
инновацию.
The innovations.
Но вы правильно говорили, нужно начинать с воспитания.
You should start from the child raising.
И образования.
And from educating.
Причем совершенно новым мышлением, технологиям.
By the new minding, by new technologies.
А если не справляются учителя или те, кто
our teachers are not held in control,
не учат, а мучают,
if they are not teaching but they are abusing,
штрафовать и увольнять.
You made a section, you must fire them.
И тогда мы приходим к следующему и самому, пожалуй, важному в нынешнее время информационной войны.
Well, and we are coming to the next.
Медийный ресурс.
The most corruptive place in our recent world is the media resources.
И это очень важно.
That's an important issue.
Что мы в свою голову берем,
what we put in our
что
minds,
растет из души,
what grown up from our souls,
то потом и создается.
that is created in the future.
Поэтому следующий лучик у нас кадры,
That's why the next star sunshine is a labor.
которые решают все.
Labors is the main issue.
Кстати, это цитата из Ленина.
Actually, Lenin says that.
Но общество,
But society where we live,
оно должно быть востребовано.
it must be required.
Лень и незанятость
The
враг
laziness
номер один.
and unemployment is the enemy number one.
У меня было даже в свое время предложение
In one-
безработным платить, но тогда, когда у них есть часы добровольного труда на пользу города, деревни, поселения, потому что получать просто деньги – это неэтично.
Could you say again? Пожалуйста, повторите помедленнее.
Деньги платить бесплатно нехорошо.
It's not good to pay money in vain.
Ага. У нас 20 идей.
We have 20 ideas.
Я понимаю, что вы нашими идеями можете утомиться, на то русская
I
душа.
understand that you can
Главные понятия мы
get tired
выделили.
of our ideas, all we have, but we made just the main topics.
Главное преимущество
The most important benefit is
и Давирума, если бы они получали все те деньги, которые заработали,
if all the money that they earn, they get.
поверьте,
Believe me,
это был бы золотой регион.
that will be the golden region.
Мы кормили всю Эстонию,
We were
потому
feeding
что
all the Estonia because
был промышленный район.
that was an industrial
В
area.
память остались терриконы,
In our
как
memory,
горы.
we have an Atiricons, that's artificial mountains we have.
А потом осталась зола,
But later it became just as an ash,
можно
wa-
перерабатывать.
which you could recycle
Щелочь, которая пойдет на аккумуляторы.
as an aligning for the for the batteries.
Будет проблема с удобрениями, но мы можем создавать свои.
If we have an issue with the fertilizers, we can use our own.
У нас есть институт сланцев.
We have an institute of oil shale, local fossil fuel.
В рамках образования, то есть все идет от кластера,
Everything comes from the
обязательные
education.
экскурсии,
It's-
уникальные места.
In education, and
Музей сланца,
we have a museum of oil shale,
музей сланца, Кохла,
museum in Kohtla,
и на производство, чтобы увидеть всю сложность труда.
and for the producing to see how difficult is the production of this.
Нужно
fossil fuel.
готовить работников
We need
с
to
новым мышлением
prepare a labor with the new thoughts of thinking
и щадящей технологией.
and the environmental safety technologies.
Мы согласны.
We agree.
Отходы должны приносить пользу и
The
перерабатываться.
waste, they must produce the income and be recycled.
300 миллионов
300 millions
– это создание
it's the
новой
creation of
картины
new
Идаviruма.
picture of Idaviruma.
Здесь два человечка. Один
There are
с
two men,
надеждой,
one with hope,
позитив,
the positive,
а другой негатив.
second with negative.
Знает, что никогда он эти деньги не получит.
Second knows that he will ever
почему?
get that money. Why?
Можете мне ответить,
You can
потому
answer
что
me,
будет
because
бла-бла-бла-бла.
There's a blah 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 topic.
А конкретные расчеты сделают свою пользу.
But the fundamental accountant will make the issue.
А мы хотим поддерживать частные идеи,
But we
предпринимательство.
would like to support the private entertainment.
Мы хотим, чтобы
Sorry,
новые кадры,
private enterprising, sorry.
новые кадры
We want a new labor.
приходили сюда, в Идаviruма работать.
We want a new labor to come to our region.
Мы хотим, чтобы в семьях
We want in our families
было воспитание
there was a
Родины.
growing up of motherland, the land loving.
Часто русских
Sometimes
считают
Russian men
пятой
thinking
колонной,
they are the fifth colony,
врагами,
they are the enemies,
равнодушными.
uh,
А мы патриоты.
but we are the patriot.
В эстонском
Patriotic.
языке есть слово «кодотунне» — чувство
In Estonian language, you
дома.
have in Estonian language, you have a word like a feeling a home.
А для этого нужно всего лишь позитивное воспитание семьи.
But for all of that, you need the positive way of growing up the family.
И поэтому
That's
нужен
why We need
позитивный переход
the positive
без черного
changing
перевоспитания,
without this black
с учетом
overtraining,
объективности.
with accounting
В
of
жизни можно смотреть на мир
objecting of life. Life you can
через
be watched
телескоп,
through the telescope
а можно смотреть в микроскоп.
in your life, but you can watch as a microscope.
Критическое мышление позволяет нам
Critical
увидеть
thinking help us and provides
субъективизм
the
и
subjectivism
объективизм.
and to be objective.
Создана ли эта ситуация постправды
situation-
и фейков? Или все-таки и Давирума, и русские – это ресурс Эстонии?
Or the Ida-Virumaa is the resource of Estonia.
3-4 поклон. Пим.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for this presentation. And is there anything else that we need to present? That's it? Okay. All right. Well, then, now this concludes our first day. And I just wanted to remind you that we have the dinner at 7, which means in about 50 minutes. And we all resume our work tomorrow, and we start at 10 a.m. So, but tomorrow the venue will be the Narva Jõesuu Part Hotel, the conference center. So, with this, I just wanted to say, enjoy the 50 minutes that separate us from dinner, and then we'll see you down there. Sorry? Downstairs. Okay? Thank you.